Okay, I think I resolved the issue here. Anyway, let me start over. I'm on patch 1.6.1, 1.1.6.1, I believe it is. Which is the first iteration of Mare Nostrum. I'm interrupting my previous Venice campaign to reconsider whether I want to start over, sadly a second time, as much as I rue doing such a thing. Considering the Merchant Republic mechanics have been changed significantly, and it would really change the gameplay. And playing on a newer patch is a little bit appealing when that happens. And I need to reset my broadcast title. There we go. So, I had a poll up on my channel for a while I was doing the Venice stuff, and if I go and look at my, somewhere around here I have a spreadsheet. There we go. And one of the options on there that won out by a clear victory, because one of the votes on second place was mine, so the one that got the most attention was doing No Trail of Tears as the Cherokee. So I'm going to do it. Now I believe the requirement is I must be westernized and own the entire 13 colonies region, which is essentially this area. So that shouldn't be too hard or be terribly strenuous, so that's a nice simple campaign to bide the time until I figure out what to do next, or whether I want to revert back and finish up the Venice campaign. So yeah, let's do this. So we'll go for Iron Man, of course. Put it on the cloud. That's Cherokee. Okay, the Cherokee. What do we have here? I am a tribe. Stability is cheaper. Land maintenance is much cheaper. And I have one less diplomatic relations than normal. Let's see, I can only make one rival, and that is the Creek, and since they've rivaled me, might as well. Let's see. Ideas. Cherokee. Traditions give us minus 10% on advisors. Hostile core creation plus 25%, so we're a little less attractive to gobble up. And cheaper tech, which is really nice. Cheaper build cost, cheaper stability. National manpower plus 20% is okay. Idea cost is a little cheaper. Morale of armies plus 10%. Fort defense, and an extra diplomat over here. That's not too bad. I like the idea cost, the manpower, and the morale of armies quite a bit. An extra diplomat's pretty good too, honestly. Alright, so first thing, let's see, I make a ducat a month. May as well accept the mission to improve my prestige. So, that's a weird number. 8.9 Army Tradition. Well, I might as well appoint a leader immediately, and since my king is pretty crap... I forget, tribes have heirs? I don't think so. Oh, geez, I'm old. And I am a terrible leader. At least I have shock instead of fire. Alright. I I am jumping into this with no plan whatsoever, so bear with me. I'm going to take a look around. I am a totemist, national unrest -1. It's easier to convert me, and I have slightly higher tolerance of the true faith. I'm no fetishist, but I'll do what I can. I like how I have knowledge of the West Coast as the Cherokee. Like, realistically, do you think the Cherokee knew anything about Haida? At any rate, I have a lot of bordering nations here that I can rampage through. Let me just double check to see what achievements I'll be getting. Oh, I am a duchy. I am a duchy, so I could stay a duchy and just try to go for Grand Kingdom if I wanted to. Here's the new achievements. I haven't listed these in my spreadsheet yet. No Trail of Tears, of course, is the one that I'll be going to. Get. Specifically, I need all those cores. Okay. Well, since this is Mare Nostrum, I'm probably pronouncing that slightly wrong. Well, first thing I should do is establish some allies. So, Creek and I are at each other's throats. So it certainly wouldn't hurt me to make some allies that could deal with them. Shawnee government forms. So it looks like tribes can't royal marry. It does appear that way. So who's likely to befriend me? Of course, the Iroquois are the big man on campus. They are typically quite strong early game. For this area. I think I might be better served making allies in areas that said Choctaw wants an alliance. I wonder how hard it would be to vassalize them eventually. Well, I can temporarily ally them to use against the Creek. You see, there's really not much chance that I'm going to be attacked around here, so. Were any more added up here? There's a couple of names I don't remember seeing before, but I usually don't have this area revealed at the very start. Well, anyway, the only one that's going to ally me is my buddy Choctaw, so it certainly doesn't hurt to just have the ally at the beginning. Condottieri. So let's ally them. Another thing is, use the other diplomat. I'll start building my spy network. Now, I suspect this is going to take some micromanagement because I want this to be at 25. I want my spy network to be at 25%, and then I'll start making claims. If it's any higher, I risk being discovered. Nobody wants to ally me, but my only enemies are really my border states, so let's deal with them as they come. I'm kind of tempted to get a, let's just see what we have. Land force limit might actually be pretty useful right now. Prestige and unrest. I don't have unrest problems, do I? No, not at all. I can, however, afford more mans. Choctaw wants me to join a federation. I don't feel like that's necessary. Of course, they do have more men. They certainly do have more men. Now, if I offer the Choctaw some land here, they will join me in a war against Chickasaw. Yeah. Of course, I have no CB. So, okay, how do I do the espionage thing? Fabricate claim costs 10 on a neighboring province. So the neighboring province limit is still there, which is fine. I'll be able to do it quite soon. What else can I do? I should probably look at that menu. Support rebels costs 60. I need admin 3. Steal maps costs 50. Justified trade conflict costs 10. Sow discontent costs 80. I guess that just raises revolt risk. Sabotage reputation costs 60. Hurt their dip rep. Infiltrate administration needs espionage. Ah, okay, so most of these ones down here need espionage. Lift fog of war, agitate for liberty, yeah. So a lot of these actions are just locked until you have espionage. So espionage becomes significantly more attractive. Maybe not enough more attractive, but whoa, why do I have missing ideas here? Are there just some limited to my government form? Huh, what's missing? Quantity, quality, defensive, offensive, plutocratic. Oh, it's the naval stuff. Right, because we can't have navies. So if I want to start this war, I have to merge up my armies and crush them as soon as possible. So it would be wise for me to come down here and just be ready to go on, say, Chickasaw. And then I can double back and handle the creek. And that's how I'll start this off. Alright, I've got 10. I should be able to... Natives cannot fabricate claims. Are you kidding me? Well, how do I get reason for war? I could just no CB them. How bad would that be? Corruption, I'm worried about that. Yeah, I'm pretty tempted just to no CB here. I'm gonna do it. Didn't I invite you to the war? Hey, Pineapple. Should form the Roman Empire. Seems reasonable. Alright, so I might have goofed a bit here. I thought I invited them into my war. Doesn't look like they want to help me out. Oh, there they are. Okay, it just took them a long time. Of course, his general is significantly better than mine. Alright, here they come. Just hope my allies are willing to back me up. They are not at all. Wow, okay. Sure. Wow. Great allies. Alright, at the very least now they'll go help out. That's more like it. Boom. They're taken care of. I do have plans to do a formation of the Roman Empire game. Don't worry about that. Eventually. I mean, I need to actually keep my promise and give them land. Oh good, they're obeying me. They're coming here and sieging for me. Excellent. Actually, they've got loot here. I might as well take advantage. I bet you do want to call peace. Gain mercantilism? Don't mind if I do. Oh yeah, there should be a button somewhere now. Promote mercantilism. 100 dip, 1 mercantilism. One of the many reasons I'm reconsidering my Venice campaign. I might just try to convert it, see what happens. What's my AE at? Oh, it's nothing. That's fine. I'm about to kill the people that would be mad at me anyway. 5.56 development. Hi, Mythison. Mythison? Mythison. Yeah, there was a surprising amount of interest in Cherokee. So hey, why not? So there's nothing I can really do with my spy network, which kind of sucks. Although it does give me more siege ability and less aggressive expansion, which is kind of nice. Creek traditions are giving me more. Huh? Oh, Creek traditions. Foreign spy detection. Ah, I see. I gained a claim. Oh, there's my claim. Figures. I could have just waited a little while longer. Ah, well. Alright, you guys. You're just gonna become my vassal. And you're gonna pay for the war, too. You belong to me now. As for the unconditional surrender. To them! Well, that's dangerous. I wonder if I press this if, it's gotta give me a dialogue. I'm not gonna try it, though. Oh no, they're trust by one. I don't mind losing one trust with them. For full annexation. Nice and cheap. There we go. Nice solid no CB war to start the game off. Not exactly my usual way of doing things, but that's fine. Now then, I am strong. Somebody join my federation. I don't need a federation. What I do want is to prevent the Choctaw from joining a federation. So I'm going to invite them to one. Simply to keep them out of other federations. And then they'll immediately rival me. So, okay. Well, I have a new rival. Liberty Desire A. We'll see about that. I'd almost rather just... Oh, sailors. I'd almost rather just take the rebellion. I do have a little bit of an unrest problem everywhere, though, so let's spend points like a madman. Well, congrats, Mithison. Well done. It's tempting to dump my little prestige on these guys just so they don't attempt a rebellion. Then again, nah, I'll be fine. It'll be perfectly fine. Apparently, I'm rooting out corruption. Am I now? 0.5. Spending 10% of my income to cancel out the corruption. I'm okay with this. Of course, when overextension goes away, I should probably lower that manually, unless it's doing it automatically. I should do super states mod. I don't typically do mods because I am kind of into getting these achievements. So when I play, I pick an achievement and I base my advances on that. Which is why I'm doing Cherokee. Is the Super States mod the one that does the North America? And all the United States are individual countries? I could actually raise autonomy now and get rid of these rebels. Might be worth it. Exciting early game native stuff. I actually have a lazy merchant. Let's see. I do have some power here now. My capital is actually in this node. Oh, so I'm automatically collecting. I can't actually reach anywhere else, so I might as well just collect here with a merchant. That'll boost me ever so slightly. There we go. 0.1 several of ducats. Can afford more men. How big do you think these rebellions are going to be? And how did Choctaw core this already? What kind of black magic is this? Unless it started as their core. Seems unlikely. Oh, you know what? I bet they have a related culture or something like that. Where is culture? Yep. They've got a related culture group, whereas I am related to these northern cultures, which is good to know. Related to Iroquois. That's kind of weird. That's very weird. Okay, whatever you say, game. Paradox has gone mad. Damn. I'll just let them take this. And then let them come to me. They actually have my force limit in men, which kind of sucks. I'll make one more unit. Hopefully it'll have enough time to spawn and arrive. Oh, look at that. It's gonna get taken care of. Well, I don't feel like I particularly need a paid army right now. How about that? Thanks, Choctaw. I really didn't get much power projection from wiping out my rival. Got these special buildings. They're pretty good, honestly. Advisor cost minus 50%. That's very good. That is very good. Land force limit plus 10. Wow. Yeah, these are super worth it. Let's invest in this stuff right away. Incompetent administrator. Matters of governmental organization have never been Tistow's strong suit. Not much has been his strong suit, honestly. What a good leader does to compensate for such known weaknesses is to delegate, and this is exactly what our chief has done. But the people who have handled administration in his stead have proven to be more competent than honest. The government runs well enough, but tends to slowly shift its priorities towards matters which the benefactors of these irreplaceable officials find to be of importance. With Tistow himself unable to fully grasp the intricacies of the matters in question, the guilty parties cannot easily be seen or removed from office. For now, we'll simply have to suffer the consequences. 0.5 corruption. Now I am automatically rooting out corruption. Paying 0.2 ducats a year into it. So it will be going down. And I could increase that amount if I so desired. Am I going to play Hearts of Iron 3? I'll probably still be playing Stellaris at that point. Yeah, 4, I know what you mean. So it slows down the spy stuff. The power cost is where it really hurts. Minimum autonomy, So I get a tiny autonomy boost here. That's so minor. Oh, yes! This guy is so much better. 354. Fantastic. Okay, so The cores of the red outline are the territorial cores. So this is a normal core, this is a territorial core. So it becomes kind of important to see territories. So it's by area, I believe. So Appalachia is my area here. It's my state. So taking this land is going to be a priority. And I can make states and territories. Ah, that's a good map mode. Okay, so the green ones are the ones I want to colonize first when I start colonizing. And I might as well make this one of them, since I'm going to be... Well, actually I'm going to be pushing into here more, aren't I? Yeah, okay, how many can I make? Where do I see this information? One state and one territory. I can have up to 5. Alright. So I see very little reason not to just immediately upgrade this to a state. Core all provinces in Georgia. Bam! Now that's an instant upgrade, and that drops my autonomy. I get the full value from it. Oh, look who migrated my way. They're outside of my trade node entirely. That's too bad. I can't justify a trade conflict. What is this? You can invest in a native advancement. Oh, okay. I don't remember this alert. Military technology cost minus 100%. That doesn't sound right. I think what that's supposed to be is minus 50%. It basically makes build tech kind of feasible. Morale of armies plus 10 is going to be really good too. Now I don't imagine anybody's going to out-tech me anytime soon. So I'd really rather have the morale to start with. Plus 0.3% for being corrupt. What I really want is this colonist. And either the tax modifier or the unrest modifier. More than anything, I'd really like a CV here. Oh, the Allied Cato. Looks like Choctaws friendly enough now, so I can reallocate that. Nobody wants to be friends. But I bet the Iroquois will change their mind. Alright, we got caught spying. The downside to that is we can't build spy network again for 5 years, which kinda sucks. But that does mean I have a free diplomat. So I'm going to improve the relation of Caddo here. And hope that eventually that keeps them from going to war with me. My manpower cap is getting close to being reached, so I'm gonna buy a new guy. Southeast. Northeast. Good region names. Oh, right, because they did redid regions. What does that mean I need to take? Hold on a sec. It's by area. Appalachia, Carolinas, Piedmont. Piedmont? Oh, right here. Okay. So I need this whole area. I'll figure it out as I go. I know how to blob. Incorruptible. Not everyone who aids the enemy knows the true nature of their transgression. Spies may be loyal to a foreign power, but many of their information sources are people who are simply paid well for telling secrets they shouldn't, without understanding who makes use of them. However, in Cherokee, corruption has become all but extinguished. Spies who recently tried to compromise our administration through bribery and extortion have found themselves reported instead of aided by our officials, and are now at our mercy. Ad size -25 to the spy network in Cherokee. Okay, didn't add to them. Is that their spy network in us? Wasn't terribly clear. Was it like universal? What was that? There's a colonist, right? Yeah. Start early. Start often. Okay, we need a native policy. So, now a lot of times I go with native uprising chance minus 100%. But since I do have an army right here to do it, giving them a higher uprising chance for faster settlement wouldn't be that bad. Then again, native assimilation means that I'll get more out of them. So let's see. I believe native assimilation refers to this local goods produced modifier. So it looks like every 500 people, 500 natives is it's not even linear. 1,000 natives is 0.05 goods produced. I don't know, that's pretty minor. I'd kind of rather just colonize faster. Which is a double-edged sword, because now I have to pay an army to defend my colonies. So let's see, I'm going to have to replace one of these. I'm going to replace simple terrain, I think, because that's the one I use least. And I want states and territories, please. Wait, what? Holy crap. You can do that? Now get rid of simple terrain. That is a feature I did not know existed. So you can add multiple to the same button and switch between them. Huh. I'm gonna have to work on reconfiguring my whole setup now. That's really useful. Alright, let's waste no time not colonizing. So what do I colonize toward? Well, let's look at states and territories for the Cherokee. So anything in the green would be really good. Of course, all the land is really bad. I'll go ahead and take this one though, because it's the closest I can be . To my potential enemy here. And I think it's worth buying a general to defend this. Hopefully it won't be absolute crap. Not bad for 6 army tradition. I'll take it. I get a solid plus 30 a year. Most of which comes from native repression policy, so that's really important. I just tripled my my settler chance here. Right, so advisors should also be cheaper. Oh yeah. But I'm also paying a lot into this colony. I don't think anything's quite worth it. I'd prefer not to go negative. Just give me my colony. Alright, the Iroquois would join my alliance, which is really important because it would prevent me from being declared war on by the only person who would. Yeah, they'll join my federation. Alright, let's do that. Why not? Oh, it's for me to join their federation. I see. Led by Pequot? Who is Pequot? You who lead this federation. Well, I don't particularly need that, so that's fine. The one ally is good for me. And when can I annex my vassal? 57. A few more years and I can just be away with them. So I'm wondering if my corruption rooting thing is going to actually stop being paid into once the corruption's gone. Improvements in government technology. 50 admin for 0.5 inflation. I'll take it. It's pretty rare that I don't take that. Ooh, we got some good, that 14.2% chance got hit a couple of times. We just, like, quintupled my, Ooh! Oh, a new colony. Ooh, that's, no, I don't think I can afford that. No, thank you. Yep, this is why the whole Cherokee business didn't sound like the most appealing thing to me. It's going to take forever. By fire. Since time immemorial, the use of fire has been a mark of mankind's ability to invent and destroy. Our homeland is shaped by controlled fires, used to manage crops and wild animals as well as clearing the surroundings. Recent efforts to extend the use of these methods in Napochi has been called into question. Some of the elders believe it to be unnecessarily risky, but local leaders consider it necessary for continued development of the province. We have faith in the mastery of the flames, 80% chance of the fires succeeding to improve yield in the province, 20% chance of the fires going out of control, or lose 10 admin. Pfft, 80% sounds good to me. Which province was that? Probably should. Oh, fire out of control. The fears of Cherokee elders turned out to be justified. The fires used to reshape the lands of Napochi, though initially under control, spread beyond their intended area, causing damage and chaos. The council is now in dispute with local leaders, with everyone seeking to assign blame to others. We did it. Ah well. It was a reasonable gamble. Ah, Kato would ally me. Not terribly important, but it's a thing. Anybody else like to ally me? Colonial expansion. Political and economic pressure at home has made way for a sudden increase in the number of people looking for a better life in rich, uncharted lands. Economic pressure like a giant wildfire. 200 population for 30 ducats. That's I think that's kind of reasonable at this point. Plus a +1 global settler increase and a +5% chance. Yeah. The alternative of -10 settler increase is not worth it. Let's pay in. And next year I can annex Chickasaw. Man, it sucks that I can't fabricate claims. Maybe I should try to become Nahuatl so I can just declare war on whoever I want for flower wars. Okay, we discovered the Choctaw fabricating a claim. You actually have to have espionage to... Wow, you have to have full espionage to steal maps. Yeah, they put a lot more stuff in here. Put a lot more stuff in there. I bet it'd be pretty good in multiplayer. You see that, Choctaw? My name is bleeding into you. You know what's coming. Alright, let's see. National unrest down. Stability cost modifier down. Both very good. I want the tax modifier though, because I need money. Feed me. It does help quite a bit actually. I'm surprised I haven't had an uprising here. The natives are not very aggressive in this area, and their numbers are pretty low too. Oh, here we go again. Okay, this is getting expensive. But it's going to rush this colony. be a speed 5 here, honestly. Let's watch some paint dry. Usually that +1 colonist a year is absolute garbage, but when you're only making 30 a year, not so bad. If I was making just 10 a year, that would be considerably better even. Oh jeez. Those natives. So strong. So strong. Alright, let's First of all, let's see if they are upgrading their mill tech. They are not. And I suspect nobody else will be either. So I'm going to raise my force limit by 33% instead. Migration cooldown will be the last thing I get because I can't migrate because I have more than one province. Dip rep. That sounds good. It'll let me integrate my vassal faster. Which, by the way, I can likely start now? Well, as soon as their opinion's high. Oh, I need to improve their relations. Thought I was doing that. Well, pretty soon. And also pretty soon this colony will be done. Okay, so hold on. I have 0 corruption. And it's not costing me anything. Fantastic. Good. So basically if I get corruption, I'll offer up 10% of my income to get rid of it every tick, basically. Pequot wants me to join their federation, which consists of Lenape and the Iroquois. Do I join? I feel that this is unnecessary. Alright, colony done. Fantastic. Very good. Alabama is a territory. Is it really? Did I I completely botched that. Then again, I will be taking land here, so let's make it a state. Cool. 0 autonomy. Now while I wait for that delicious claim to come in, I might as well just keep colonizing more around here. I am slightly negative. Oh, I'm actually positive on the money this time. It pushed me over the limit. So I can actually afford this to sustain this action. I can ally Shawnee. Who have you allied? Oh, me and Choctaw. I was kind of hoping the alliance to me would make the Choctaw reject them. But it is what it is. My relations are maxed with you? Oh, they are. Forced vassal. I have to let forced vassalized bleed off a bit because I don't want to pay them. That's colony money. Ooh, we got the separatists causing trouble here. Maybe I'll resign myself to raising autonomy. Raising autonomy and then stability would certainly do it. If I do get into a battle, the cost is going to be fairly high, though. Good harvest. Money or admin? Well, admin can translate to unrest reduction. But money can translate to colonies. Like this. It's expensive, but that increase in the new settler percent chance alone is actually very good. Because that... Ooh, nice. Because that will kind of snowball. And it's fur. Everything's looking up creek. Just kidding. Everything's looking up Cherokee. Speaking of creek, I bet I can build my spy network again. Because why not? I'm gonna go ahead and boost stability just to slow down these rebels. Look at that, my colony is half done. And the first half is typically much, much slower, so this is very good. Choctaw. My Wait, Choctaw? Who's Choctaw? Oh, they're Choctaw. Oh yeah, I kept calling them Creek. Look at that. Guess who's got a claim? Here's a hint, it's me. And I can probably afford to step off of this colony and just gun them down. What I can't afford is the army. That claim's not going anywhere though, so that should be just fine. Ooh. Natives not assisting. The Cherokee referring to their neighbors as the natives. Border friction. I don't want to lose my claim. So let's just let them hate me more. That is acceptable. They caught my spy again already? Wow. Okay, I can finally annex Chickasaw. Hopefully I don't get any money draining events for a while. I'd like this colony to finish, please. Now what did it say? I can have up to 5 states? Yeah. It's a pretty big area to start with. I wonder if any nations like France don't have all their states covered at the beginning. Or the Ottomans. Or Ming for that matter. Why could I not remember that word? Alright, the Caddo alliance is relatively useless, so I'm going to ally with Shawnee instead. Because I can. And now their federation wants me in. Everybody wants the Cherokee, but the Cherokee don't need anybody. You can only keep 3,496 power. Only. That's rough. 20 years of corruption? What? Oh, that's terrible. So my base tax got moved from Cherokee to Cherokee, which is actually fine. Okay. Let's see if I get them as an accepted culture. Really? Well, I could always change the culture for a mere 37. I could eliminate Chickasaw forever. Because I believe it's a bit of an isolated culture. Yeah, the rest of it's colonizable, so it goes away. So I can culture convert them if I need need something to do with my bird mana. Let's see, on rest down. I think on rest down. That nearly eliminates the Creek separatists altogether. And as their separatism bleeds away. And I can always go stand on this province before I go to war. Oh, I took a loan. Damn. Right, because I am... got more men now. And I am over my force limit apparently, so... Well... I already took the loan. I'm losing a 0.33 a month. I'd kind of rather keep the men. See if I can finish this colony in time. Surprised my force limit didn't go up. At all. Come on, 21% chance. I need it to fire like twice. Once would be nice too. Oh, come on. There we go. 2 more maybe? Well, that's just gonna cost me more money. Actually, I didn't lose anyone, so sweet. Okay, a little more. Well, I'll make it. Almost. One more time and it's done. There we go. And I can finalize that core, which is instant now, by the way. Going from territory to normal core is instantaneous. Let's see if I can get rid of this 50% Creek separatist issue. And pay back my loan, like, immediately. Because that'll increase my total income. So I'm going to bank up a little bit. In fact, I'm just going to stop paying the army. Academy. I'm going to bank up a bit, and then I'm going to go take out the Choctaw. Whose only ally is Caddo. But if I wipe out one army fast enough, it won't matter a bit. And then perhaps my priority should be colonizing through Georgia to the coast instead of to take the coast. Hello. Now when they relocate, I ought to get a CB. No, only if I take the land. Well, this is a territory. But I have a regular core here? Interesting. Well, I do rather want this to be a state. On account of I have so much here. So. And these are already cored, so I don't have to core them. And now they're accepted culture. Much better. That explains why my force limit didn't go up. Holy smoke, tobacco has always been of use to our tribe. Some view the plant as medicine, some as sacred, while others simply find inhalation of the smoke relaxing. However, the recreational use of the plant has spread in recent years, leading to discussions among the elders in Tutelo about whether the people are abusing this gift. It has been suggested that the use of tobacco be restricted to ceremonies where the plant is essential, to prevent youths from listlessly wasting it. Mm-hmm. Can encourage tobacco use, and in Tutelo they get more goods produced. Goods produced for not entirely sure how this translates. But I'm going to take the production efficiency modifier. Which hopefully in the long run will give me a little extra. Not as good as our last general for sure, but pretty good enough. Okay, so no river crossing here, so if I bum rush him, I should be able to kill him before via superior numbers, before his ally comes in and saves him. And then I can go take out Kato, vassalizing them prior to wiping out the Choctaw. Key component of this, of course, is to have my army maintenance up before the fight starts. And hopefully his is down. Ah. Agricultural revolution in Chickasaw. Where is that? Why can't I move this dialogue? Oh, it's where I'm standing. Invest in what things? I like tax. I think tax is going to be of great benefit. Give me that money. Trust your neighbor. Although citizens are encouraged to show trust and good faith in their exchanges, the reality in many nations is that it's a risk people cannot afford to take. This, however, is not the case in Cherokee. We have successfully stamped out corruption on so many levels in society. People not only trust officials to do their jobs without the extra help of a bribe, but they also trust each other more in general exchanges. This general belief in the honesty of others is the very thread from which the fabric of society is woven, and our country is a shining example of it. It's one of those really good low corruption events, and it's a free stability. And now I can encourage divination, which lowers unrest even further. And do religious sacrifices to lower stability costs and gain yearly prestige. Fantastic. And if I ever get a theologian, I can also institute the Vision Quest for even more yearly prestige. I can give myself a discipline bonus by hiring this fellow. Which I think I will. I'll make sure to thoroughly wipe the floor with them prior to moving on. Not only that, but I'll take as much of their land as I possibly can. Prevent them from building more troops. Cherokee run a thorough war machine. Now Kado, let's just see how big their army is, just so I don't get blindsided if there's a surprise. It's a force limit of 9. So, let's bring a good sized army in, namely all of it, and come in from some side where they don't get a river crossing, which there is none. So I'll merely have to rely on my, I am at war with Kato, right? Yeah. I'll merely have to rely on, oh, they don't even have a full army size. Luckily our armies are nearly equal. Oh, I lost. Well, that's not cool. That's okay. I'll sit back and restore. I do have all that manpower I've been sitting on. And I'll go back for more momentarily. My increased discipline has probably helped me considerably lose less troops in that fight. Susquehannock rivaled me. Really? Interesting. Choctaw with their damnable spies. Oh, I can actually build spy network here. It'll increase my, never mind, they're done. I'll keep doing it anyway because I believe it reduces the aggressive expansion. No, it's aggressive expansion that they get from me, I think. Okay, well, this is going to be rough. May as well just go for it. Of course, if I roll like this, the river crossing plus the marsh is really rough here. I'm going to either have to get more men or simply forego them entirely. You know, they're not even in one of my states. I am going to completely ignore them. They're not actually helping, so I might just have to sit on this war for a while. I might as well loot some cash out of this. If they come out and come to me, I can easily destroy them. Yeah. Loot ducats. I actually didn't lose a lot of men in that fight. I suspect they're having the... Oh, I have no manpower left, though. It's not really worth going after Kato. I could make more men and just go nuts on them. That's a fun sound. What was I looking at? Oh yeah, one of my force limit, which is still 12. Nah, I don't think they're immediately relevant. The rest is going up. Why is that? War exhaustion. I can put down this rebellion while I'm at this. Forced migration, Casus Bella against Susquehannock. And then we lost it. Interesting. So I guess I can't do that while they're unable to migrate, I suppose. Hunters on the move. Although we have long since given up the nomadic life, some bands still live primarily as hunters and need to remain on the move. As wild game moves to new lands, hunters must follow, but this is causing trouble for the people of Cherokee, where the community is now divided on the issue. Some locals argue that these bands are behind the times and should settle where they now live. I could lose 10 ducats and gain a Three Sisters field in Kusa. Yes? 10 ducats instead of 50? Absolutely. Thank you. Furthermore, it looks like I can get some new ideas. Build costs down. Stab costs down. How about buildings? Is the build cost down really worth it right now? And I could get my dip rep up. I could raise my force limit. That's pretty good. By 10, no less. Yeah, I want these to be 20% cheaper. Sounds good. Let's go ahead and lower that land attrition too. So now to build that, it would only be 41. Pretty good. When am I going to get a chance to take Kato again? I'll probably get plenty of chances. It's of no matter. And Choctaw will give up soon, so I'm going to start a colony. And I'll start my colony. So I can't fabricate claims. Well, actually, the territories thing is really interesting for these migrants. Actually, it's terrible for them because they'd have to migrate inside their core areas. Because every time they migrate out of their territory, they have to make a new state. Guess it's not that bad because they have plenty of land to move around in. But still, it's a little rough on them. You can see they've made multiple states. Interesting. So Kato's been claiming all over where they've been. Right, colonist. All the land is terrible. Actually, this land is okay. Mild winter. Let's colonize that. It's in one of our states. I can certainly lower my army maintenance now. That should be plenty. Spy network thing is brutal. Hey, rigorous researchers. Academic institutions are not immune to corruption, and the profits that can be made by abusing positions of great influence can stand in the way of creating a good environment for research. However, Cherokee scientists are largely above this, focusing on genuine intellectual achievements above titles and financial contributions. The lack of corruption in society allows us to explore and invent without being impeded by selfish interests. 40 of each power. Pretty good. Now I have forced migration against these guys. They are in a federation now. Eventually, I'm hoping I can just start diplomatically vassalizing all these little guys. Would certainly make things easier. Yep, if they can migrate, and they do migrate, I lose the forced migration CB. I wonder what the forced migration CB does if you surround them. Would it just, like, boot them out of your, like, the nearest available place? Alright, there's my 100%. It would do to have a diplomat for this. Give me all your money. Give me all your land. I mean, I could humiliate them. For 30 power projection, but I think I'd just rather have the land. And the colonial money. And looking around, pretty much no one cares. You know, I should add another thing here. I should make the, should add the map mode for areas into this. It's directly relevant. There we go. Very good. Anyway, Corridor. Corridor. That's kind of a nice button. Susquehannock. It's now my rifle. Very good. I might be able to just afford I'm going to raise autonomy this time. I might be able to afford a couple of extra advisors with all this money. Tax modifier would pay for itself a little bit. Let's do that. See how that does for me. Still costs more than he gives back for sure. Now we start getting into Federation territory. But the important thing is I've set up a base of income so I can support my armies. There should be a stable government. I disagree. Yeah, basically I just wanted a base of income to support my colonists. Hopefully Choctaw will actually become a accepted culture after this. Very good. A little behind on admin, aren't I? So while I do have a CB on them, I don't want to fight into that Federation. Nope. I think it's going to be colonization for a while, which is boring as hell. But some of you suckers voted for it, so here we are. And then after that, it's waiting for the Europeans, which, you know, that's going to be a while. But I want to be as big as possible by the time they show up, so that I can take what I want from them. Should they arrive on my coast. Speaking of, absorbing the coast should probably be kind of a priority after this province, so I'm going to start moving eastward. So what? Okay, which of these do I really need? Doesn't look like I need Florida. I think it was the 13 colonies region before, but they changed the region system. Georgia? I don't see Georgia. Do need Carolinas. It's really hard to tell. I'll just have to blob my way all over that area and deal with it as it comes. Alright. No unrest issues. Barely negative income. Colonies. Colonizing. Things are looking okay. Ooh, I've lost a lot of power over here. What happened? Oh, England. England has a ton. They have no actual presence, but their trade power is good enough out there that they are pushing. Which might mean they've discovered us. Or at least they've discovered our trade node. There's no way they've discovered us. Hello, Atlas Tesla. How's it going? Have the Europeans landed? Not even close. I don't expect to see them for probably at least another 30 years. They may well not even be in South America yet. See if I can get a map. E4, no trail of tears. I can spell of. Promise. I just want a map of the area I need. I have a general idea, but... There's my map. Okay. I've definitely gone further west than I need to. Assuming these provinces are the same. I'll need this by the fire. Oh, the fire thing again. Oh, let's gamble again. Fire successful this time. Alright. Pretty big punishment if you fail that. What is my tech like? Well, prepare to be impressed. I haven't teched at all. What I have done is nearly finish the native ideas here, which are necessary to complete before you reform your government. Honest merchants of Cherokee. While many traders are known for cheating countrymen and foreigners alike, lying about the quality of goods and making fraudulent promises, Cherokee merchants are well known to be trustworthy, if competitive. Although they may sometimes cut deals that benefit themselves and not their trade partners, they rarely lie or take bribes. This has made us the first choice of traders around the world. Around the world, you say? What kind of troops do I have? Well, I have infantry because that's all I'm allowed as a native in the North Americas. My force limit is 13. Not much to say about that. Thing is, I match everyone around me because the AI is doing the same thing as I did. Although Asagi here seems to have teched up his military, probably because he has a 6 mil leader and has been able to reform faster than me. So there are a couple of them I should watch out. Yep, starting as a North American tribe is not terribly exciting unless you like colonizing a lot. But a lot of people seem to want to see this, so here we are. Alright, colony down. Let's make it a proper core. Now, I want to fill out So I'd love to fill out like this area because they are kind of things I need, or rather things that are in my states. But getting to the coast is going to be kind of important. Am I going to westernize? Yes. The achievement I'm going for is called No Trail of Tears. It requires me to be western and to own pretty much this area. So I'm going to go ahead and start on that about now. Let's see, looking at this map, I'm going to want this as my southern border minimally. I see no reason to not do precisely that. No Andrew Jackson. Suppose not. I am the Cherokee. Huh, national tax modifier? Or piss them off? Huh. Hard choice. Yay! Rigorous research. I really like that event. So maybe the price being paid into low corruption. I'm still yet to be seen if the corruption mechanic is more beneficial or detrimental to the player. But I guess we'll see. 20% chance I lose stability every time I do that. Maybe I should be a little more careful before I just click it. Not that I have much to do with my points until I see Westerners. Speaking of points, it's fairly tempting to go negative in exchange for some more. But nah, I'll have positive income. Just nice to have. Now, if I do have positive income, that does mean I can afford to do a few more things, like these special, unique buildings. Force limit plus 10, for example. Are you going to fight the Europeans? Almost definitely. Almost definitely. Unless I get really lucky about where they colonize. I'll likely have to fight Britain. Okay, that fire thing is getting out of hand. Please stop happening. You know, I still think I can't afford to have 2 colonies at once. It's going to cost me 4 ducats a month. And this one's not even close to finished. I do love that event when it happens, though. Such a great kickstart to a free colony. Getting plus 10 force limit, though. Ooh, so good. Dip rep isn't bad either. Bite the bullet, or... what do I need? Western neighbor with adjacent core or 18 tech. Guess we'll see. I suppose I don't need the plus 10 force limit now. Here we go. There's the last advancement. So now my tech costs are halved, not minus 100% like this says. Which means they're now a measly 444 a pop. And that's with minus 5%. I wonder if France will trade with you if like they did in real life. We shall see. What are the Iroquois doing here? Oh, whatever it was, didn't last very long, did it? Okay, I'm feeling pretty comfortable creating a new, getting a new advisor here. Though, does it really matter, now that I think about it? Not terribly much. Cheyenne. Look how far north they went. Looking for some crazy state action going on here. Nothing too out of the ordinary, though. I am at 4 out of 5 states. So what's my next one going to be? Probably here. Let's work my way up this coast. So I'll just keep improving with my allies. I don't see what else to do here. Can't make claims until I reform the government, and I can't reform the government until the Westerners show up. Due to the way I get free tech when that happens, I may as well just, I don't know. I could just be spending my my points on development instead. Culture conversion, things like that. I never did accept Choctaw, did I? So the Caddo culture gets spread around. At one point they were over here. It doesn't look like Caddo spread with them. Now it's tempting. Where's it going? Yamasee? This is Yamasee. Oh, this is the other one. 30 ducats for 200 pop. Yep, I'm in. I am in. I thought it was the free colony. Bribes growing more accepted. What is the difference between an honest man and a fool? The fool doesn't know he's being swindled. So goes an increasingly common saying in Cherokee, the spirit of which is proven through a more sinister change in the social fabric. Bribes are beginning to be seen as a natural consequence of the market, where any action carries a price. Those who refuse to take bribes are viewed as precisely what the saying suggests: fools. Worse than fools, since they are deliberately refusing money that could be theirs. The consequence of this cynicism is that any form of power truly corrupts, and no one who believes it is immune. Not even the chief. Alright, this is going to hurt me in the wallet. Yep, there we go, 10% of my income going straight toward fighting corruption as per root up corruption. 10% of my income is now going into wiping that back out. So I do have positive stability, which increases the speed. This will take about 5 years to get rid of. An honorable people. Fewer are the countries in the world who do not claim to value honor and justice, but even fewer are the countries who actually live up to these ideals. However, the lack of large-scale and everyday corruption in Cherokee has made it one of the rare places where principles matter over personal gain. Even abroad, Cherokee expatriates are sought after for positions of trust, as our people are known for adherence to duty and rejecting attempted bribes. This is an interesting contradiction of events a month apart. Who else can claim to live up to these ideals? Okay, the fire event again. Do you have a trade route? A trade route. Not sure specifically what you mean, but I do have 2 merchants in Chesapeake Bay and in Ohio. Alright, we're almost done here. As soon as I reform my government or get 5 admin, I'll probably shoot for... Honestly, espionage wouldn't be so bad. And it would help me get a few achievements on the way that I wouldn't normally be going for. My other choice would of course be either exploration or expansion. For the extra colonists. Maybe espionage expansion? Doesn't sound terrible to me. I could also get a level in exploration for the colonists and then sell the idea group later. Just until I can lock down the region I need. Can I actually tech up? Alright, colony down. Let's go down to this one. Of course, these are all in my established states, so anything I have in Georgia is going to be a nice low cost. Or rather, a nice, not low cost. It'll still cost me for the core. Bane Williams, how you doing, man? So far, it's Cherokee, so, you know, it's alright. I've just kind of been poking around a little bit at the states mechanic. Random events have given me a tiny peek into corruption. You been playing? Cherokee games a claim on Kentucky. Now that's what I'm talking about. However, they have a lot of friends. They have a lot of friends. They have way too many friends. I'll just keep colonizing. And risking my stability. Like that. Plan in New Africa. Yeah, Africa looks pretty cool. I'm looking forward to doing, what was it? What's the achievement? Cuban cigars. That should be fun. Do I get a new advisor? I really ought to. I'd love a, what do you call them? A colonial administrator or whatever they are. I don't even remember what idea group they're in. I think they're in, I want to say they're in diplomatic. Not idea group. What type of advisor they are. Particularly need any of these points. I'm just going to be stocking up. I guess it doesn't hurt. Question is, do I want to focus on military or dip? The answer to that is typically military. Why do I even ask? Yeah, that corruption cost could be pretty steep. Bane, I'd like your opinion. I was doing a Venetian Sea run, and then this came out, and I read the patch notes, and I went, oh, they changed Merchant Republics a lot, and might actually make that easier, or at least more interesting. So I'm still debating on whether I want to restart or not. How do you feel about that personally? Just out of curiosity. Where's that corruption number? It's got to be in here somewhere with a better explanation. How far in was I? I had just acquired Mecca. The Ottomans were dead. The Mamluks were all but dead. I was in, it was about 1600. The problem I have with continuing that, the big downside to continuing that is that it's tedious. Yeah, I didn't get much further than that. I feel like getting the achievement in the old patch is kind of a lot of number crunching. So you get this huge number of boats, right? And then you release most of your land. But with Mare Nostrum, it's going to be worse now, you think? But you get 50% trade power from your vassals. So you don't have to do anything gamey to get that trade power by like forcing it out of them in a war. You don't have to... The big downside now is that you just stay smaller. So you don't necessarily... I'm thinking if I do it now, I won't have to go over that 9 province limit. Then I can focus my points instead of coring and integrating my vassals on improving those provinces and getting more trade power that way. But you need to hold those vassals. Yes, that would be the interesting part. Although, you need to hold some of the vassals. So let's say I have enough vassals to take down the Ottomans. I don't kill the Ottomans, I take their trade power. Do you know if the AI has been fixed so that it actually cancels transfer trade power agreements? Because if they still don't cancel their trade power forced out of them by war, you can just go around getting trade power from everyone since it doesn't take a diplomatic slot now. And they won't attack you. Secrets in our alliance. Ambassadors and diplomatic envoys often double as spies or at least informants who go beyond their duties to gather information in the country where they are supposed to do honest negotiations. This makes it less than surprising that an ambassador here in Cherokee has been suspected of involvement in espionage. The challenge now lies in tactfully handling this discovery, since only a thorough cross-examination could ascertain guilt. You could even theoretically get transfer trade power from your vassals if they try to rebel. I believe if you... Yes, if they try to rebel. That's a good point. If you kept them as your vassal, though, it would cancel it. I'm fairly certain. Let's see, I could make Shawnee like me less. I don't care. They can have more power over me. Yeah, me too. I never really did it because of the Diplo slot as well, unless I was trying to get a vassal, because for some reason it made them like me more, if they gave me their trade power. But now, if it doesn't take a Diplo slot, that opens up a lot of possibilities. And that's one of the things in the patch that honestly stood out to me the most. You get 100% and humiliate plus transfer. How much is... yeah, that's a good point. That would be pretty solid. Oh, I'm making lots of money now. Holy crap, I should be getting some of this. Spy network construction, don't care. Better relations over time. Not really relevant. Global tariffs, even less relevant. Or I could just fire everyone. Wow, I got the exact same group back. Well, dip rep it is. Okay, cool. Thanks for stopping in, Bane. Good to see you. You know what? Colonizing is thirsty work, so I'm gonna go grab a quick drink. I will be right back. Let me mute my mic so you don't hear me stomping around. Okay. Back to this thrill ride. Now, if you're wondering why I'm not taking technology, it's because I have a huge available pool. 3,496 of each type of point can be saved up. And this is something I do a lot. If I don't need the technology, the more I save, the longer I save it up, the higher this neighbor bonus is going to get because my neighbors are going to buy the tech. So I'll end up paying... Oh, that was Portugal right there. So the more I permit them to take up while I don't, as long as I'm not actually in need of the tech, the cheaper it'll be for me. I'll end up paying less than they do. Orange soda. The spy network bleeds off quite fast. Distance multiplier 93.1%. Huh. It's fairly... does that mean it's reduced because they're not distant? Or does that mean it's increased because they are distant? Because they're really not that distant. Not sure I understand. These buttons always tempt me, even when it's not really efficient like now. Trade efficiency plus 50% and 50 dip, or 90 ducats straight up. Trade efficiency. I get like nothing from trade, so 10 years of this would be fairly inconsequential. Might as well just take the lump sum. This again. I'm kind of willing to start paying the admin power. This is ridiculous. Because there's a good chance I'll lose stability every time I do it. And since it's a 1 in 5 chance I'll lose stability, and the stability costs about 70 a pop. Actually, it might have gone down. It costs like nothing. I should be taking the risk. Holy crap. 32 a pop. Yep. Colonies. Buckle up, because it's going to be a lot of this for a while. Reasons to join federations. You know, this northern one's fine. I'll just join it. Whatever. Hooray! I'm in a federation. Rather than just make my own. Which I probably would have had to do much earlier if I wanted to actually have one. I probably should have, now that I think about it, because I just noticed morale of armies plus 10%, dip rep plus 1 for having a federation. Pequot doesn't like me, so they're gonna drop me from the federation? Are you kidding me? They just invited me in. Let them. Screw it. Is it treating this like an alliance? I find that kind of unlikely, actually. I doubt the code would be that similar. Not like I have much else to do. I might as well play with map modes. Let's make this simple terrain. So there, I could just flip back and forth here. Political, trade. Is there anything else that belongs in trade? Maybe development? Sure. Religious? Totemist. Now, that's where this comes in handy. I could go this way, but it's not a state, although I could make it one. Now if I go this way, it is a state already. But this is worth more, and I have a state available, so... You know what? Let's go north. I want to start grabbing these estuaries, because European AIs are going to target these places like the estuaries here. So, the faster I consume them, the safer I'll be from having a European power come in and snatch them up before I get them. Should probably guard my colony. That seems like a good idea. 'Tis the price of faster colonization. Is anyone even close to wanting to be my oh so glorious vassal? This economic base thing is pretty high. I don't think anybody around here is going to want the safety of my bosom for some time. You know what? Let's put cultures. Let's put cultures with religions. Same thing, right? Look at that culture. Smugglers. That's 10%, eh? 0.4. That's a lot of money, but for how long? 15, 10 years? I'd rather just pay the 22 ducats. What other map modes can I play with? So these are the regions they were going to make states before. Straying sun. Go away. Bands forming and splitting up is a fairly common occurrence and does not normally generate serious disputes, but a recent case has required our intervention. A son is leaving his father's band with a large group of followers against the will of his parents. The father requests we intervene on his behalf to keep the band together and avoid weakening his authority in the tribe. Side with the son and lose base tax where and get it where? Lose base tax in Tutolo. And gain it in Chickasaw. I'd rather not. We're getting 2 unrest here. But we're incredibly stable there, so not a problem. He stays. Yep. Colonizing. Keeping an eye out for those Europeans. Should I perhaps be focusing my administrative so I can get idea groups? It doesn't sound like a terrible idea. First one's at level 5, which is quite a ways away. And would permit me to colonize faster, so I think it's a good idea. Especially considering I'm behind already. I feel like this colony is going extra slow. Maybe I'm just growing impatient because there's nothing for me to do. Alright, agricultural revolution again. In Tennessee. So let's see, in Tennessee... I just want more base tax. That's what I want. Give me the money. It still says they're going to kick me out of the Federation, but, nah. Not really going to happen. Oh no! Oh yeah! Another pretty decent leader. Can certainly afford that. This bleeding bag of money corruption symbol. Dude, this event is so frequent. It's stupid. And the benefits are so brief. Maybe I should look at Kentucky and see whom I might be able to get to ally against them. Osagi, perhaps. Ohio? You know, they're pretty strong. I'm gonna buddy up with these guys. I can leave the Federation if need be for the slot. Oh god. This is killing me. Complaints about bailiff. Meh. Who needs prestige? I miss my prestige. Yeah. There, I'd much rather leave the Federation and immediately invites me back in. I can join Miami's Federation. This hype gameplay is so amazing. Damn straight, sir. If I join his Federation, is it gonna take up a slot? Who's in it? Okay, good, because we're already allied, it won't take up an extra slot. And hopefully it'll make him like me a little more. Nope. That's fine. But perhaps... Perhaps... we can get another 10,000 strong Miami men to help me kill the Susquehannock cowards hiding in Kentucky. No, my advisor. Inflation reduction. Do I have much inflation? I have a surprising amount of inflation. Sir, you're on. So there we go. This is what I was talking about before. I waited and saved up my points, and now I got an extra 5% off. And considering the steep price that these technologies fetch, that's quite a bit. Being over 1,000 means it's going to be like at least 60 points. And mercantilism. Don't mind if I do. Seems like I have a lot more trade power here again. I'm not sure what made the difference there. But I approve. I'll have more once I get my next colony up and running with its beautiful Santee estuary or Sante. I don't know. Names are not my forte. So this will be my final state. And I'll see what gets me more. Because I'm not sure. Okay, number of states. Here we go. So at admin 8, apparently I get 5 states. Does that mean I get 5 more than my base? Because I already have 5. Hold on a sec. Actually, there's no reason to pause. I want this to move along. Counting coup. Bravery is a valued trait among our warriors, and this is reflected in many of our traditions. One such is counting coups, recording acts of courage in battle, which serve both to mark our greatest soldiers and to inspire new recruits. However, since we put Bodeno, Adahi, to the task of reforming our army, they have been questioning this practice, calling our military to focus on more practical goals and efficiency in killing our enemies. 100 mil points for 20 prestige. Or a minus 5% infantry combat, which is all of my combat, by the way, for +1 army tradition. Until the death of my current guy, which is potentially a very long time out since he's 23. Yeah, that prestige isn't doing much for me. I think I'd kind of rather have the mill points. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I was looking at where my states come from. Base value +5. So I'm not sure. Shawnee, why? Oh, because they rivaled my enemy. Let's improve relations with them and see if it can self-right. In the meantime, allow 5 states at level 8. Does that? I can't tell if that means 5 more, because you start with 5. So if it allows 5 states, well, right now it's a 0. So I'm guessing it. Crap. So I'm guessing it means I get 5 more states. All right, I lost Shawnee. Who are you allied to? Ohio? Lenape? Okay. Who are you allied to that's useful? Look who would transfer trade power to me. Give me 29% of your trade power. Yeah. Comet sighted. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? There's no new comet sighted event choice. Unless they're limited by who you're playing as. Which would be interesting. A bit of flavor to that event. Ah, I got my 20 prestige back. And my colony's done. Waste not a moment. And I have eclipsed Susquehannock. Now we trade in tobacco. Foreign spy detection. Fantastic. just what I've always wanted. Alright, not much more in the way of mill points I can save up. And I've got my 15% discount. But what if I could get 20%? Chances are pretty slim. I'm pretty sure I won't, but I see no reason not to keep saving. Interesting, I can't make this a state. Why can I not make this a state? No provinces can be cored here. Santee is not a core. Why? Santee is not a core. Yeah, it's a colony. Can I not do this while I'm colonizing? Really? Not that it really hurts me. But really? P.S. I can attack these guys now. Powhatan is in my federation. Oh, they're the people I'm trying to befriend. Terribly tempting. Terribly tempting to alleviate this terrible grind. I do like that there's an alert for that now, considering I neglectfully ignored it yet again. That is a global settler increase. I am taking this tech immediately. I suddenly regret not having done it earlier. No matter. How much is it going to cost me to pay my men? Too much. Let's do it. I'll leave a mere 2 here to defend the colony. Let's move the rest out. And toward Kentucky, on which I have a claim. I don't think I need this land for anything. Not to mention the achievement, which if I look at this map I've got, Kentucky is across the border from the land I need. So yeah, no. If I read this right, where's the Mississippi? I feel like these provinces are a different shape than this map. Maybe this map is terribly outdated? Maybe? Need that. Yeah. Don't need Kentucky, but I want Kentucky. Oh, look at this. This leader. The game wants me to take Kentucky. Okay. I'm going to want some Miltech for this. May as well take what I can get. He's at 3, I'm at 3. The Iroquois are not, but they're a large and powerful nation. And they... Susquehanna could ally me now. Well, they were my rival. No more. Oh, shoot. There's a lot of people after us. Wichita. So it's these guys, and these guys. Maybe I wait. You know, maybe I try to vassalize them. Could I possibly? Yeah, they're going to win this, and they're going to steamroll whomever comes after them. Of course, in contrast, I could offer my condottieri for pretty much nothing. Yeah, there's a thing to do. Offer it to Ohio. I'll fight for them. But they can't afford to pay it. Yeah, let's try it. Okay. So Ohio's up against who? They'll probably be out of this war before this even becomes relevant. Ooh, I did not see this rather skilled army over here. He won't be going there, but I can siege down his province. This is likely not worth the amount I'm investing in it, but hey, get to try something new. Wichita wouldn't join the war because I'm besieging them. Interesting. Despite the fact that they're actually quite powerful. Shawnee would ally me again. Interestingly enough. Iroquois have lost interest, however. Don't really expect to get much out of this, but it'll be interesting to see what exactly I can squeeze out of this arrangement here. I could go acquire Mohican, siege it down. Ohio's still at war with them, right? I think I've still got my gain prestige mission from the beginning of the campaign, so see about acquiring that. I would prefer not to do that, thank you. I actually lost a crap ton of manpower. Alright, good war, everyone. Well done. Now, what's a shame is the Iroquois won't join this anymore. Everybody else has a truce with them. So ultimately, pointless. Apparently these are still hired out by Miami. Which probably means they're still paying for it. Well, I think they're hired out until that, let's see, is there some indication? The Miami Federation seems to have fallen apart. Let's leave the Federation as well. Let's see if we can lead our own Federation. Is there like a Federation map mode here, or what's the best way to find these? Who is not in a Federation? Seems somehow everyone's in the Federation. They must have joined a new one immediately, I guess. Ah well, I don't need one. Sure as hell want to keep me in it, though. I can invite them to a Federation. Haha! Now that I lead the Federation, I actually gain the bonuses that they had before, 10% morale of army and diplomatic reputation +1. That's what I was after. Let's get Kato in my Federation, why not? And I don't need to pay my army anymore because there is no war. Though it appears this other army is actually being paid in full. At least its morale bar says so. Well, I blew my manpower reserves, but the result was me being the head of a federation, so I guess that's okay. So, no sign of the Europeans. Twill be missed. Looks like Kato is setting down roots. This is a damn good province. They haven't moved in quite some time. Is the AI smart enough to actually do that? Wow, that general did not last long. Just long enough to be a condottieri. Well, there goes my claim anyway. 2 will be missed. Looks like Kato is setting down roots. This is a damn good province. But they haven't moved in quite some time. Is the AI smart enough to actually do that? Wow, that general did not last long. Just long enough to be a condottiere. What? Your condottiere clients are disappointed. A country that pays for your troop service expect them to participate sufficiently in their sieges and battles. If we don't do this, their patient will end after 4 months. Okay, can I get over here that fast? He's not at war is the thing. So going to their home, will that cancel that? No? Okay. So I guess I'll just... No, I'm gonna see what happens. Apparently nothing. It would be an interesting bug if they just got stuck hired. Now, if I'm going to colonize toward centers of trade, maybe the fastest way to get to Chesapeake would be go to Yadkin, then Moratok, and then Chesapeake, rather than creeping up the coast like originally planned. It would save me 2 colonists, or 2 colonies to do it that way. Chesapeake should likely be the priority. However, there is to consider the fact that we have states. And that would be spreading myself thin state-wise. Not that that would necessarily be a death sentence or anything. Okay, I think this is genuinely bugged. Is he paying me, though? He is paying me. I mean, if he's gonna keep paying me, that's okay. He's paying for most of my army maintenance. Seems like a bug. Unless he feels like that's some kind of security fee. But I'm in an alliance with him, so it wouldn't matter. And he's in my my federation. Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be a bug. Which I am ruthlessly exploiting. So. Fast Chesapeake or States? I'm kind of leaning toward Fast Chesapeake. Okay, now that this is a core, I can upgrade it to a state. It'll increase our income by 0.12, cost us 0.08. Nice that it gives you the comparison there. There we go, we have another state. Now these two provinces aren't going to end up being states, nor will Chesapeake at first, but I just want to lock that down. It's important. Ah, it looks like the my deal ended. No, it didn't. Okay. Yeah, he's paying me for that army. Sure is. Wonder how exploitable this still is. Recall. Got 25 settlers. Send. 25 settlers. Okay, it's no longer exploitable. Unless... Yep, they totally fixed it. That was still somewhat exploitable when they first tried to fix it. I don't remember them patching it. It used to be that your colonist, your settler would always bring, I think it was 10 or 20 guys with him. And so you could just keep recalling and sending him, especially if he was near your capital. When I did African Power, I got a very large boost to my early game when it was hinted at to me that I could just be doing that. It's pretty sweet. I'm very curious about Mare Nostrum, the decision specifically to reform Rome. If you reform Rome, or if you form Rome, it said you get a specific culture, Roman. Would that invalidate your other culture group, or is that going to incorporate some other culture? Like, is that an Italian culture? What is Roman? while I'm waiting for these very exciting colonies to finish and leeching my ally of all his assets. I'm going to look that up. See if somebody's listed it yet. E4 cultures Roman. This is not updated. It's referencing CK2. Colonial range plus 20%. Sweet. Literally nothing for me. Trade efficiency, though. That's money. And money is money. That's something you can rely on. Unless it's not. No! Fire out of control. Well, time to press the button. The thing is about this, they're paying me 1.21 ducats a month perpetually for this army, which I can't seem to lower maintenance on, so I guess that's kind of the drawback, but they're paying me more than it's worth anyway. So it's a net gain for me. And if you can get the AI to do this perpetually, yes, you fight in their battles, but it's still my troops. They'll fight in my battles too. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be canceling the deal, but he's not. Now I could do it, but if he's just going to give me money, why would I? Look, he can't afford an army. He used to have a huge army, but he can't afford it anymore because he's giving me all his money. I wonder if I could trick other nations into doing this and ruining themselves. Now that's an idea. Well, I can buy some more native buildings. They're not permanent, but they'll be damn useful in the meantime. Dip rep. I'm going to get more dip rep. And what that's going to do for me. And I'll also just get the force limit building. Dip rep might allow me to vassalize someone. Which is something I'd very much like to do. Make acquisitions. Damn that bailiff. I haven't seen anything too groundbreaking that really raises corruption much. A little bit when I'm Corey, whoa, radical reforms. 2 of our most trusted. Oh, look what I've done. I hired a trade efficiency guy and an inflation reduction guy. What are they called? Master of Mint and a trader. So I can get points and kick them out, or I can get 5 mercantilism for a stability. A stability is worth like nothing to me. 32 admin. And diplomatic power has a ratio, has a value of mercantilism of 100 to 1. So, this is like 500 diplomatic points at this point. Fantastic. I believe that can only happen once. But that's 5 mercantilism. And mercantilism is good. Absolutely good. Now, if I could have gotten someone to pay me a huge amount of money, a completely disproportionate amount of money for these mercenaries, for my condottieri, I could be raking in some serious cash now. Sweet, sweet neighbor bonus. It does mean other people have the tactics boost over me. But I am well below my force limit of 32 now. Which may seem small in European standards, but this land is pretty terrible. Colonizing. Not really fun. Not when you have nothing else going on, that's for sure. I need 5 admin and I can finally start getting ideas. And I think the first thing I will do is... I'm actually not sure about between exploration and expansion, because I need another colonist. I need to speed this up. Not only to just get this over with, but... I also want to be very strong when the Europeans show. Oh, they moved study technology to espionage? Oh, I guess they had that there before, didn't they? I could actually be lowering my army maintenance to 0. So I'm only paying half for these two. These ones I'm paying for in full because they're loaned out, but I'm being paid even more back. Supposedly. It'd be hilarious if I could get Miami to vassalize over all this. want to be up for any more than 20 minutes. Do need to get some rest for tomorrow. I've been pretty exhausted lately. So if anybody wants to do me a solid, let me know when we hit the half hour. It still baffles me that people come to apparently listen to my just constantly babbling stream of thought, because I can't imagine you're here to watch this bar grow. This is about as boring as it gets. Got my minus 15% for admin. Pretty good. And then 2 more levels and I can get my first idea. So I'll probably let it cap out again, by which time I might get another 15% bonus. And then I'll just buy 2 at once. I'm sorry, I'm still just amazed that this bug exists. %50 boosted tax, that's pretty damn good. I noticed a bug. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is worth explaining. So I got bored and loaned out my army as condottieri to Miami here, up in Ohio. So they lost their war, and it was maybe a year in, I think, maybe a little more, and I thought, okay, so my army's got its contract prepaid for a little while, so I'll just come back and sit around. Then I got this little pop-up. And I got a countdown. They'll be disappointed, because I'm not participating in their war, which they don't have. Okay. I figured I'd just get, they'd get fired. Nope. Several years running, they're still paying me the full amount for my troops, who are now stationed at my colony, protecting it. Meanwhile, their economy is suffering so much because they're paying me such a large portion of it. Their army is tiny. So one of the features that they gloated about so much, that they were so proud of, they thought was so interesting. The AI doesn't do it right. So can you imagine if I got them to pay a really large amount for this army? They paid like the cost of the army plus 30%. It was about that much. So I'm honestly not getting a ton from this. But if they were paying me a large amount, like if they were real desperate and had the income, if they... Jake, please, back to testing. Damn it, Jake. So yeah. You know, I wonder if their developers do unit testing. I feel like things like this coming up would be a great opportunity to say, hey, that's a problem. Let's write a thing that guarantees it doesn't happen again. I may really like unit testing. I don't like doing it, but it's damn useful. What is this diplomat doing? Nothing. Paradox. Paradox, please. Anybody know how big the development team is on Europa? I know they've got a whole bunch of in-house teams, but their team sizes never seem particularly large, considering the width, the breadth of the projects they get on. Like, these games are crazy complicated. It doesn't surprise me that they can't quite keep things straight. Maybe I'm wrong and their teams are huge and they just need to have a better process. I don't know. Are you saying they're not fielding their full development width? I'm saying these projects are complicated enough that I think they could afford having more people on them. Local settler increase. Yes, please. Penal colony. Yeah. So I'm not blaming Paradox. Just making a joke. I don't get your complicated Australian jokes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I'll still be buying, like, everything they put out. Development with... Oh! Uh-oh. I get jokes. I'm sorry, man. That was actually pretty good. I'm just, I'm gonna blame it, as I often do, on being very tired. In the end, you just give me a diplomatic insult CB. Yeah. Oh, losing inflation for stability. Let's review. Inflation cost, 75. That's rough. Okay. 32 for stability. Enact reforms. Hey, Grugel. Gotta hand it to these tribes, North American tribes. Stability is insanely cheap. Did I have another decision I could take? Didn't I need like a theologian or something? Vision quest. Ah, that's right. Maintenance down. I'll take it. So I'm curious. People seem to be in one of either camps. Stellaris, Hearts of Iron 4. Which are we more excited about? Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you entirely, Bane. Stellaris tickles my imaginative funny bone in a way that I just can't say no to. I agree, Hearts of Iron probably will be the better game. It's got more of a history behind it. It's got a stronger foundation. But space. And no Trail of Tears? Yep, that's what I'm going for. You'll never get tired of hearing people say that about your opinions. Sorry. Most people seem to disagree with me on that one. You're actually the first person that's come along that's just voiced it exactly as I think it. Give me that 15%. Come on. Yeah, you've mentioned that, Google. I had the straw poll, and there was a surprising amount of support for people wanting to see the Cherokee run, so I figured, why not? Oh, geez. Ooh, base tax in 2 places in exchange for 1? Ooh. Ooh. For a mere 32 admin. Where is the Adkin? Oh, it's right here. That's fine. That's my, yeah, that's good. And Choctaw. Choctaw. Ha! You know, that's okay. I'll take it. I keep checking these options to boost my prestige, but I still haven't quite hit 50. Why am I even bothering with this? Stability is so cheap for me. I might be getting claims elsewhere. Elsewise? Is that the right way to... Anyway. Then again, these federations kind of make things tricky. And colonizing is the future. I think I need a faster processor so I can speed 5 better. Whee! Oh god. Speed 5 plus scrolling. So slow! Yeah, Kentucky's in a 5-guy federation. It's got 2 allies outside of that. Susquehannock. 10 prestige for 1 stability. How about 10 prestige for 0 stability? Create an army for our nation. Yeah, whatever. What they ought to do is colonize up toward Ohio. Is that on the map that I need? Nary. Where's Ohio? No, it's not. Don't even need Ohio. No sign of the Europeans yet. Aside from the Portuguese boats doing boat stuff. Nobody needs Ohio. Nobody needs Ohio. Well, you got me there. I'm not sure that I've ever been so free with my raise stability button. This will give me a lot of trade power in Chesapeake and prevent the Westerners from taking it before I do. However, it is not one of my states. All 3 of these provinces, I believe, were in different states on top of that. They're different areas. This is a big area. It's a good one for a state. Holy cow. Do I happen to know if the Obs won tonight? That sounds like a sports thing to me. That sounds like exactly the kind of thing I would not know. If your question is regarding sports or cars, I am about the worst person to ask. Yeah, the only time I even hear about the fact that we have a hockey team is from you. Oh no, I guess I have to press that stability button again. I should have kept my my regional rivals alive. Then I could have played with my food for a while. I've noticed that the AI stopped migrating. Oh, look, Hyde is out here. I don't think I've ever seen them leave that island before. Oh no, I guess I saw them like here once. Will you invade Europe? Good question. No. There is no reason for me to unless I decide that another achievement deserves to be on the list of achievements for this run. If I'm feeling especially ambitious, I might go for something like rags and riches, depending on the development around here. If I can keep my development down and get, what is it? Oh, that makes me have to be rich. Never mind. Well, I mean, I guess it's plausible. With enough trade power. I'll look at it later. There was another one. I could sit from afar and try to get 5 allies with 100 trust. These all sound terribly tedious. Have 100 point spy networks in 3 rival nations. I don't see that happening here. Grand Duchy, perhaps? Need 1,000 development? What do I have now? Because I did start as a duchy, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And I currently have what? How much? Where do you see that? I always forget. It's like... Ah. 103 provinces. With, well, total development 103. So I'd have to get 10 times bigger. Which actually sounds kind of plausible. As long as I don't take anything with 10 development or greater. Was it a greater? Because this one is 10. Oh no, Grand Duchy doesn't require that. Something tired. This one. It's the highest income though. Well, I don't need the prestige anymore. Start dumping it into events. Come on, give me that 15% bonus on admin tech, and I can tech up. Get myself an idea. Could honestly probably afford it right now. But I'm very greedy. Who was that? Was that both? Who was that? That was Norway. You know what? I've got the money. I'm just gonna tech up. Tech up again. Because I'm wasting time. And the question is, exploration or expansion? The easy answer is if I could take exploration and get the colonists now. And then sell off the idea later. Alright. So, where do I colonize? These are my states. And I'm gonna need this stretch. I'm gonna need this whole stretch. The compulsion, the feeling that I am compelled to take things that are in my states is quite strong, even though a lot of it's completely irrelevant for the achievement. Because this is a condottieri group, I can't split it in any way. So I guess I'll have to add men to this. Let's see, there's a button here that I never got used to using, so bam. Bam, bam. And we will get myself a colony. Where? Do I want to just keep going for trade bonusy places? Seems like a thing I would do, doesn't it? Well, the fastest thing would actually be just to let this one finish and then go north. So, I'll take something else. Go coastal, less fighting off Euro powers later. Yeah, that's the idea. It's just a question about whether I want to do it linearly or beeline for the estuaries. But I think there's no beelining at this point. I just did the beelining I can do here. Because the shortest path to Lenape is going to be through Nanticoke. Or as I like to call it, Nanticoke. So I'll just I'll start taking decent provinces, but in my state here. If I move this army, are the newly built ones going to track to it? I'm curious. Because I did build them off of this. So what are they going to do? They're not going to have the morale. Hi, England. How you doing? We'll talk later. Right, I want military. But I'm greedy, so I don't want to pay... Well, I'm barely paying anything because it's just this little stack. And these. So this is fine. This is fine. Nope, they're just going to group up where the army was. So if you use the army to build your new troops off of, you gotta have them sit still, I guess. The white man is here. Kill, kill, kill. Honestly, the white man can do whatever they want in Canada. I don't want Canada. It's too cold. Nobody wants Canada. Should probably move it onto the colony. And this stack is actually large enough so they should instant wipe. In fact, I wouldn't mind becoming a protectorate. Sure, I lose trade power, but I believe that would start giving me bonuses to tech. In retrospect, I don't actually care. Being a protectorate would just mean somebody wouldn't attack me. Aha! 30 ducats, lots of men. Do I have to pay the 32 admin? Nope. Hello, England. Would you like to establish diplomatic relations, please, Mr. Explorer? He's got his explorer, his conquistador, on one unit of cavalry, just roaming the countryside. My people are freaking out. Those who travel and those who stay. Ancient stories tell how our people traveled far to reach this land, the land we now work and call our home. Although that time is now past, some of our neighbors retain this way of life, moving to new hunting grounds rather than building permanent homes. We have no interest in returning to those ways, but perhaps we could exchange knowledge and goods between our tribes, acknowledging the benefits of both our choices. We're willing to listen if they are, or we can learn from those... What can we learn from those who can't even build proper homes? they really like me, so I'm going to see what this we're willing to listen if they are event does. Tell me your secrets. Look at the name on this guy. Gasweng Ke Krakwa. Skonon Dihago. The messenger who was sent to Susquehannock has returned. Unfortunately, they care little for our efforts at mutual understanding, considering our cultural developments a dead end and their own customs more honorable. Oh, jeez, that's a lot of transports, suddenly. That's a lot of transports going places. Where are they going? Not toward me. That's kind of nice. Oh, he was picking up his his conquistador to go back to England. Okay. All right. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. I'd happily kill them if they didn't have all this backing. And if I attacked them, Miami would defend them. And then I'd lose my condottieri trust fund. They're paying for like half a colony. Yep. Well on my way to number 1. He'll be say bye, be back with friends. I sure as hell hope not. It'd be nice if he at least, you know, stopped in and shared some peace pipe or whatever. You know, tea. I'm not picky. Although they probably don't have much in the way of tea right now, do they? They're looking for tea. Oh, they actually killed someone. Was it a Colorado peace pipe? I mean, could be. Europeans, come and enlighten me with your Christianity so I can wipe out all these natives in the name of some god. I don't care which god, just give me one. I don't discriminate unless it's really convenient. I still think it's so weird that I'm in the same culture group as the Iroquois and the Huron. That said, I'll happily take their land off of them. Alright, Chesapeake is done. I'm out of state, so I can't upgrade it. But I can move north. Uh-oh. It's past the half hour? Yeah, I had a feeling it was. Alright. I need to get to bed. I got stuff to do tomorrow. I probably won't be back tomorrow, but if I'm not back tomorrow, if I'm wrong, I'll try to make a point to come back Thursday and continue colonizing, which, according to Twitch, has apparently enthralled 11 people. I won't judge. Alright, have a good night, everyone.